EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the Twin Cities and U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, the home of the Vikings. The kicker, Will Reichert, has the ball on the tee. And off we go from Minneapolis. On the return, here's Mims. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. So they come to the line for first down and 10. Now Carr on the bootleg. The reception for Rashid Shaheed. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield.
Really nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself on your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
First carry now for Alvin Kamara. A gain of 11 on that one. First down, New Orleans.
This is how you draw up your opening possession when you're on the road. The longer the drive goes, the quieter the crowd gets. Continue to mix in that run game. Let's see if they can finish off by putting this ball in the end zone.
They'll come up first and 10 at the 40. They'll motion their tight end Johnson. Here's a toss to the right for Kamara. And this time they are ready for him. Thrown for a loss, and it's second down.
What you love about these running backs, Mike, is that their confidence is that they can make every play a big play. But in this case, sometimes you have to know, all right, it's over. Cut my losses, try to get back to the original line of scrimmage and survive to the next down. But tries to make this play extended, takes a big loss.
Throw left side, but that's going to be incomplete. He was trying to get it to Alvin Kamara that time, and it's going to bring up a third down.
One of those plays where you like the idea, you just don't like the execution. I didn't feel the quarterback was overly comfortable in the pocket. Footwork a little bit sloppy. All of a sudden now the pass is a little less accurate and an opportunity for a big shot. You end up falling short.
So now a timeout for the Vikings. That is their first. Third and long. Shaheed in motion. From the shotgun, it's Carr. He'll get this out to the left flat. And he'll gain some yardage here, but that is not nearly enough for the first down. So it's going to bring up fourth down.
When you throw the ball short of the sticks on third down, you're relying heavily on the yards after the catch. So give credit to the defense here. Once the ball carrier had the ball, multiple guys around him, corralled him, take him down short of the sticks.
Shaheed in motion. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on fourth down. That's a second charge timeout for Minnesota. Early big play here. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Shaheed in motion. Carr throwing on 4th down. Oh, and that one is intercepted by Stephon Gilmore. And the Vikings are going to take over at their own 30-yard line.
So anytime a team suffers an early setback like that interception, human instinct says, Mike, we need to get away from our game plan. We need to adjust. I don't think that's the case. There's a lot of game left, a lot of chances to avenge that play and still connect downfield on some of these passes. All proven, though, Mike, they've got to identify what went wrong, let's correct it so we're able to move forward.
Here's 1st and 10. They'll put Addison in motion. Throwing to open it up is Darnold. Taking off. That one good for a dozen. And a very quick 1st down.
Generating explosive plays, whether it's through the air or on the ground, is the goal of every offense, Mike. But when you're able to generate those plays with your quarterback's legs, man, that's an element that makes these offenses hard to defend.
Darnold now on 1st and 10. That's into the hands of Aaron Jones. And they're going to work this down inside the 45. The tight end Hawkinson starts the motion. On 1st and 10, here's Darnold. Going down the center of the field, open man, and it's taken in. Now we get whistles. Time has run out. The 1st quarter has come to an end. So we've come to the end of a fairly evenly played opening quarter. 0-0 is the score. More from the Twin Cities in a moment. Down at the 12. It's 1st and 10. In motion, it's Jefferson. Now here's Aaron Jones. He is in. Aaron Jones. Touchdown, Vikings. And now they want to show they mean business here. Offense going to remain out there and try for 2. Darnold. And he will take it in and tack on the 2 points to make it 8-0. Reichert out now following the touchdown as he kicks this one away. On the return, it's Williams. And he'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. They'll go play action with Carr. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up 2nd down.
The whole idea of the play-action pass, Mike, is that you can slow the pass rush down enough that it allows longer, slower developing pass concepts to open up downfield. But in this case, they were on him so fast that by the time he got his head around, that ball needed to come out. There was no timing and ultimately led in an incompletion.
Carr now on 2nd down. And the rush gets home. He'll go down. They got him. That's Jonathan Bernard busting in to record the sack.
If you're going to take a sack, you just can't add to it by taking such a massive loss on top of it. Understand when the pocket breaks down, move up, cut your losses. Now, not only do you lose that down, but now you face a big uphill battle if you want to extend this drive.
Carr working out of the gun. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. The Saints lining up in punt formation. Brandon Powell, the veteran, back to take this one back. And he'll get a few yards back here on the return before being forced out of bounds. In motion, it's Jefferson. Darnold to throw on 1st down. The pressure there got to him. He's hit as he threw it, and that pass falls incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
He'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Darnold. The 2nd down throw is incomplete.
He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
2 incompletions to start the drive, and it leads to 3rd down and 10. He's got his receiver. It's Jones. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Here's Darnold again. Open man downfield. It's Hawkinson. And he gets marked out of bounds, but inside the 5-yard line. A big play for Minnesota. 37 yards. 2 minutes to go here till halftime. We'll have more from Minneapolis after this. A couple of big plays, one after the other, and now it's 1st and goal. And he will take this one across into the end zone. Sam Darnold. Touchdown, Minnesota. The offense will stay out there as they will line up and go for two. Now a handoff. Jones. And he's in for the two-point conversion to make it 16-0. Reichert out now following the touchdown as he kicks this one away. That one's going to skip into the end zone.
You can almost hear the noise coming from the nearby French Quarter. And they're being just as loud inside Caesars Superdome here in New Orleans. Will Lutz, well, he used to do this for the Saints. Now sending it away to them as we're off in New Orleans. Here comes Williams on the return. And this return gets to the 30 before he stopped. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Carr off the play fake. And the connection not quite there yet on his opening throw of the game.
You know, that was a play, Kate, right there where you need to buy your receivers just enough time to get open along their routes. And your quarterback enough time to find and hit him with the throw. Time, well, that's not what he had. O-line couldn't hold up, and it forces the incompletion.
Back to the air, Carr. He's got Shaheed. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. That play good for 17 and a first down.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend? Do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
Carr with it on first. This is reeled in by Taysom Hill. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
Finds him over the middle. He's got it in the red zone. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets them up with 1st and goal.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
They'll run with Kamara. Is across the line for the New Orleans touchdown. The Saints take a 6-0 lead on their opening drive. Alvin Kamara, the touchdown. No doubt about that one, Brock. They softened that defense up with that lengthy opening series, and then the front just couldn't stand up to the run as they reached the end zone.
Yeah, the numbers tell you, kind of just like baseball, you love home runs, you love explosive plays, but when you can play small ball and you can keep that defense gasping on the field, you can often run it right down their throats in the red zone.
Here's Groupion now to handle the kickoff. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. Nick starting with a pass. He put everything he had into this. That's complete inside the 35-yard line. And he gets in. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos finish off their opening drive. So no mistaking that play call, Brock. They send everybody on deep goes, and it winds up paying off. What a play.
And you think on the other side defensively they'd be ready for this, but this is truly a breakdown in the secondary. They're just not able to make a play on the ball in the air. And the end result, as you said, a big play and a touchdown.
That one right down the middle. And the Broncos respond with 7 of their own to tie it here early. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Here comes Williams on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. Offense ready to begin this drive. First and 10. They go play action with Khan. Looking to his fullback now. We'll head out of bounds after a small gain.
It's always nice to see teams still employ a fullback. I love rewarding a big guy with some touches during a game. They earn those looks. That was a well-run route, and he showed some soft hands to bring it in.
They give on second to Kamara. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that game. Sent down by Cody Barton.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Working out of the gun. It's Carr. Completes this one to Hill. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Running right, it's Kamara. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Sent down by Cody Barton. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. That's the end of one. We're back for the second quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They've got 2nd and 7 to start. From the 42. Taken in by Shaheed. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. From the shotgun, Carr. This one's taken in by Hill. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and then creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
Here's 2nd and 2. Got his target. It's Hill. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
Looking for his wide receiver there. And it's going to be 2nd down.
You know, when we were growing up in the backyard, we call them alligators. 1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator. He needed another alligator in order to get that ball off. Credit the defense for forcing the incompletion.
2nd and 10. Here's Carr. Throw came out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
Carr throwing on 3rd. Cover man is there, and he harmlessly knocks it away. Incomplete.
That's just simply great positioning to swat the ball away. He stayed in a spot where he could disrupt the throw before the target and make a play on it.
Online, but not enough juice. It's no good short. And the score remains knotted, 7-all.
Well, once you get out beyond 50 yards, everything in the process has got to be perfect. It's a good effort, but it's going to wind up off the mark.
Good starting field position for the Broncos as they get ready for 1st and 10. Play action with Nix. He rolls to his right. So we're at the 2-minute warning here from the Superdome. The Broncos looking for a score before halftime. They're set up at the 35 now. On 1st down, they'll run. And the reverse call pays off. Some decent yardage before he's brought down.
Well, I know this. This staff loves the athleticism and versatility he brings to the offense. That's not only as a receiver, but as someone who can take occasional carries and turn them into good yards.
Now the first run of the game for Javonte Williams. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
Well, looky here. You don't even have to worry now about a 3rd down call as that run moves the sticks. Now that call you had ready, though, you can recycle it. Save it for later for that next 3rd down coming.
They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. Out of the gun, it's Nix. Mims with the grab. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. We have a timeout called by the Broncos. That's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Another run for Williams. And he's only able to power this forward for about 3 yards. We have a timeout here. 2nd one taken by New Orleans. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half. Still chances to get these final 4 yards. It's 2nd and goal. Man in motion here. Nix from the gun. Quick slant complete. And he's going to be touched down a yard shy of that marker. Denver calls the 2nd of its 3 timeouts. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. So now, here's 3rd and goal. Williams. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Now the Broncos take their 3rd and final timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half.
It's after plays like these, Kate, I love to study the body language. What is that offense doing after getting stuffed inside on a run like that? And more importantly, how much does it energize that defense?
4th and goal, tie game. Shotgun snap to Nix. And he'll score. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos take the lead just before halftime. Javonte Williams, the touchdown. Man, Brock, that defense held up 3 straight plays. They just couldn't come up with the one final stop they needed to get off the field.
And how about this offense? Courage of the offense to run it back for one more snap and make the adjustments on 4th and goal to finally punch it in. Quite the mini little chess match we just saw play out over those last 4 plays.
He's throwing for it. Forced out to his right. And he's got it. Cut the end zone, so the touchdown and the 2-point pass break the tie. Give him an 8-point lead. Time left for maybe a return plus a play here as they send this away. Here comes Williams on the return. And this drive will start inside the 25. Probably looking at our final snap of the half here on 1st down. Looking to throw. Launches one deep downfield. Into a crowd, and a defender comes up with it. Pat Surtain has it. That brings us to halftime. We'll get a break as our teams make their adjustments and then return with more of the NFL on EA Sports in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Kate Scott, Brock Heward with you as we're about set to begin the 3rd quarter. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. Here's Traymon Smith with the return. Now bottle him up as he gets the return to the 30. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Nix off the play action. Dump off caught by his back. And he breaks even, but that's it. Brought down at that line of scrimmage. That play wrapped up by Demario Davis. On 2nd down, a run with Williams. Has a lane past the 45. And finally down right along that opposing 40. It's a 30-yard play, Brock, and they've got a fresh set of downs.
Those unsung heroes, those big guys up front on the O-line, well, let's give them a little love right here, Kate. They don't always get the attention they deserve on the broadcast, but let me tell you, they played a huge role in that big old run.
He picks up 15 on the play. And the Broncos will have a 1st down.
Now, don't think for a second they're going to slow down the tempo. Defense on their heels. And right now is the best chance to go push that envelope and get aggressive.
Has a big hole left. Is in. It's a Denver touchdown. The Broncos grow the lead coming out of halftime.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the Crescent City of New Orleans and the Caesars Superdome, the home of the Saints. The kicker, Tyler Bass, has us ready to start. And off we go from the Superdome. Williams now to return. They get across the 20, mark them at the 22-yard line. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Play action now. It's Carr. The reception for Rashid Shaheed. And he's got it to the 35-yard line. On 1st down, Carr. That'll be batted away. Incomplete. Coverage very strong defensively. It's 2nd down.
They told us this week they were going to try to come out fast, and tell you what, that's exactly what they did. Put immediate pressure on this secondary and let them know, hey, all game long today, you better defend every blade of grass because we're coming out firing. And even though that ball falls incomplete, it goes a long way in setting up the rest of this game plan as the game unfolds.
He'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
The drag route is such a good way to get the ball early into the hands of your tight end and take some pressure off the quarterback and give him an easy completion. The size and the athleticism allows them to try to pick up more yards, but do it after the catch.
Carr working out of the gun. Right back to Hill. He's got it again. 18 yards on the catch and run will move the chains.
These 3rd down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on 3rd down.
On the ground for the first time, this is Alvin Kamara. And he'll get 2 on this one before being taken down. Second down and 8. Carr. Brought in by Chris Olave. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. But think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often, so that might be his first target. I don't think it's going to be his last.
To the left side, in the hands of Hill. And he takes it down to the 15-yard line.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
And not much there. Down to about the 13. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8.
29.
So, not much to speak of in terms of scoring in that first quarter of play. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. More from New Orleans after this. off the play fake. Here's Carr. Fighting for the goal line. He lost the football. It's out. The Bills have got it. Any turnover down here hurts, Greg. These feel even worse because you have the reception. Looks like you're going to gain yardage. And then the fumble and the turnover, the defense takes the ball.
And they got exactly what they wanted out of the pass play, Mike. They're able to make the completion, but now as the ball carrier, you cannot be thinking, oh, I have to score, get it in the end zone. You still have to protect the ball. He doesn't. The ball gets knocked free, and the defense creates a huge turnover.
On the ground, this is James Cook. Maybe a couple there. It's third down. Allen working from the pistol. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down. The Bills bringing on the punt team. Cedric Wilson back to receive. This returnable from inside his own 40. Oh, hello. He is stopped in his tracks on that one. They made sure that return was not going any farther. First and 10. Shaheed in motion. First down throw for Carr. His pass taken in by Shaheed. Give him 14 on that play, one first down.
Now, this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And listen, for a quarterback, it all counts the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to play. Still searching for our first points of the half. We're back to New Orleans. After this, they'll come up here on second down and 5. Olave is the motion man. Carr now on second down. That'll be intercepted. Picked off by Rasul Douglas. And the Bills are going to take over at their own 30-yard line.
When you find yourself in this situation, Mike, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line, you got to take some chances. You've got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and comes away with a pick to save them some points.
Now Allen on first down. He'll get rid of it and complete it. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. On first and 10, it's Allen. That's over the middle, but it's incomplete. James Cook, the intended target. And that will lead to a second down.
They've been a little up and down in this first half. I mean, they have less than 80 yards of total offense and halftime looms. So missed throws like that, those are missed opportunities. They've got to hit the plays when they have them if they want to have a chance to leave here with a win.
We'll try again. It's second and 10. Out of the gun, here's Allen. He gets this to the tight end, Dalton Kincaid. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
And now you can see they're really getting in rhythm in this 2-minute drive. Now, after that last completion, Mike, they cross midfield. Now the mindset goes to, all right, we got to come away with some points. They've got a quarterback who's in complete control, and they got to see if they can finish this thing off.
Throwing again, it's Allen. That's taken in. It's James Cook.
Recognizing the blitz is just the first step in the process for a quarterback, understanding who you can account for with the protection and then who you can't account for. That's where your hot receiver comes in. He points to his receiver, who the defender they're hot off of. That guy comes, gets the ball out of his hand, and results in a completion.
To throw again, it's Allen. And he's in. Amari Cooper. Touchdown, Buffalo.
But you think back to their first possession of this game, Mike, it resulted in a punt. Not exactly the fast start the coaches told us was so important as this game unfolds. They get the ball back for possession 2. Now they try to find some rhythm, find their identity of the game plan, and they come away with 6. So that's how you bounce back in this league. It's not always going to be perfect. Really nice job settling into this game here with their second possession.
Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Shaheed in motion. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. That's his third catch of this first half, and good enough for a first down.
Every quarterback's dream is, can I get the ball out of my hand as fast as possible and get it to a guy that can do the rest after the catch? And it seems like nowadays, throughout the entire league, the best offenses thrive in yards after the catch.
On first and 10, Carr. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And he is out of bounds all the way down at the 35-yard line. Wow, they are moving the ball to start this drive. 21 on that play. From the 35, it's first and 10. Shaheed in motion. Carr now to throw on first down. Hit as he threw it, and the pass is incomplete.
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a highly efficient rate.
Shaheed in motion. Second down, Carr. Shaheed with the catch. Got to get this to the 25. Here's third down. Shaheed in motion. From the shotgun, it's Carr. He'll air it out down the middle. That is going to be hauled in. He's got it. Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Touchdown, New Orleans. So now this to get him back to even heading into the break. It's up and through. And the Saints will level things out at 7 apiece. So, a new ball game. We are all tied. Final moments of this first half as the kick's away. On the return, it's Ty Johnson. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play. So, one touchdown apiece for our two teams. 7-7 on the board here at the break. As we'll send you over to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman standing by. He's got the EA Sports halftime report. Coach. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. Set to go now on 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground with Cook. Second and a yard. On play action, Allen. He's got his running back downfield, and it's complete. What about that? Out of bounds, all the way down inside the 15. Big play there for the Bills. A gain of 48. Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work 1st and 10. And he's into the end zone. James Cook, touchdown, Bills.
That just feels like a big drive, doesn't it, Mike? Here in the second half, you got a tie ball game. Now you're able to get out in front. Let's see how this other team responds, having to play from behind.
We got a ton of time, Greg, but a little momentum feel. Come out of the locker room, take the lead. Now it's up to the other team to climb uphill. So great way, perfect way to get this second half started. Following the touchdown, Bass is back to kick it off. Here's Williams on the return. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. They'll go play action with Carr. Quick throw here is complete. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. It's a give now to Kamara. And he'll get up beyond the 40 to the 41-yard line. Terrell Bernard, they're on the tackle. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. They'll try and run for this with Kamara. And the drive is still up. He's got the 1st down up to the 44.
Really just the same approach that an offense would take on a quarterback sneak, Mike. You don't necessarily have to spring them for a huge gain. Can you buy just enough space up front to pick up 1 yard? That's exactly what they did. Pick up the 1st down.
Play action now. It's Carr. Oh, they leave Hill wide open. How'd they do that? And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
What a luxury that certain teams, when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size and speed to run away from these linebackers and do so much of his damage after the catch.
Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. He's going to air this one out, looking for Hill.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's positioning. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Allen. He bought as much time as he could, but he will finally be taken down.
It's 1st down. You got to get the ball out of your hands. I understand trying to take a shot. I love it on early downs. But once it's not there and that protection starts to break down, it's either check down or throwaway. You don't want to be in 2nd and long.
So, 3 quarters have come and gone. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. In motion, Shakir. From the gun, Josh Allen. Oh, they got the turnover they needed. It's intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And he is going to score. A pick 6 for the touchdown. The offense trying to extend the lead, but the defense, not only the takeaway, but Greg, the pick 6, and they can tie this thing up.
Yeah, and this game has been in the balance the entire way, and now for this defense to come up with this pick 6, they've got a decision to make now, finding themselves down by 1 here in the 2nd half.
All even. 4th quarter, everything we've wanted. What's in store in the remaining time? And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Play action. It's Allen. This is intercepted. Picked off by Jordan Howden. And he's going to be out of bounds, but quite a turn of events here. He has set up the offense with 1st and goal.
And at this point in the game, Mike, we all know one play can be the difference between winning and losing. And now after that poor throw, we'll see, can they capitalize on this extra possession that they just stole?
Tie game, 4th quarter. What a sequence looming here as we get to 1st and goal. Olave is the motion man. They'll run here with Kamara. A short game, down to the 7. Here now, 2nd down and goal. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. Throw right side to Olave. And the quarterback scrambling, maneuvers his way back to the line of scrimmage, but that's all he can get out of that one. Good job so far by the defense protecting the short field. Now it's 3rd and goal. Carr working out of the gun. This is caught for a touchdown. There is a penalty flag down. Let's see if this one holds up. On comes Blake Grupe for the PAT. He's got it. The Saints have broken the deadlock. as they move out to a 21-14 lead. So the lead is 7 now. Here in this fourth quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. And no chance to return this one. Through the end zone for a touchback. They'll throw on first down with Allen. Now a shot downfield for Samuel. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
So all game, we've seen him take the approach as just being a game manager. But one thing you have to do if that's the case is you have to protect the ball. You can't turn the ball over, especially if you're struggling to push the ball downfield. He got a little reckless that time, and the defense made him pay.
Off the play fake. Here's Carr. His pass taken in by Shaheed. And he's going to be taken down right at the 25-yard line.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that anytime a team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a shot, a deep play in the air to try to seize on some of that momentum. We just saw a great example of it here.
Two minutes remain in the fourth quarter. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. On the ground, it's Kamara. A gain of 4 as he's taken down. Here's 2nd and 6. They'll go again here with Kamara. And he nearly got free. But as it is, gain of 6, and it sets up 3rd down. They'll drop to throw. Open man is Shaheed. That's complete. He is knocked down hard. Wow, they stopped him in his tracks, but he does have enough to pick up the 1st down.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback. Getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
The Bills going to use their final timeout here. The stoppage comes with just over a minute to play in this one. They're going to go right back to Kamara. And the Saints are going to have a 1st and goal.
From a city that's played host to 10 Super Bowls, here's a look inside the Superdome in New Orleans. Glad you're with us. It's Blake Groupie to get this one started, and off we go here in New Orleans. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Right to the air is Jackson. They'll roll him out right. And got his man complete. And he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. A gain of 37. So in Saints territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line. Oh, a design run for their wideout. Oh, and this one may need to go back to the drawing board. He's going to be swallowed up right away. So from the 37, here's 2nd down and 8. Now a first carry for Derrick Henry. And he's going to get this inside the 30. 10 yards there, good enough for a Raven 1st down.
And that's the big fella's MO right there. Running through tackles, keeping the sticks moving forward. This defense, if you don't bring 11 guys to the ball to try and get him on the ground, he's going to keep making runs like that. I feel the press box shaking every time he touches the rock.
Here's Jackson. Throw right side is complete to Andrews, his tight end. And he'll take it into the end zone for a Ravens touchdown. Mark Andrews, 27 yards. And the Ravens are on the board first here this afternoon. Justin Tucker for the extra point. And the Ravens lead at 7-0. Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. Carr going to lead the Saints up here 1st and 10 at their own 26. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. And that's going to be incomplete. Charles, already trailing by touchdown early. This offense, how imperative is it for them to get points out of this drive?
Well, they feel like they have to go ahead and match because of what was already on the board against their defense. But I think even more so, you just want to avoid 3 and outs. You want to be able to stay on the field for a little while, let your defense catch their breath a little bit, even if you don't score any points.
Now Carr, after the incomplete pass, brings him up 2nd and 10. The play action fake. They'll look to throw. Well, this is intercepted, intended for Hill. Inside the 20. A great pick, nice return, but you know he's just beating himself up.
It's a city home to one of the most loyal and passionate fan bases in football. And all the noise they're making is being captured by the Dome here at Ford Field in Detroit. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And we're off in Detroit. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. They go play action with Goff. That's complete to the back. David Montgomery. And he gets absolutely popped to end that one. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Running it with David Montgomery. Runs into traffic and hits a wall. No gain. Willie Gay there on the tackle. No gain on the play, and it leaves them with 3rd and 5.
As that linebacker makes that tackle right in the middle of the field, all I'm thinking about right now, Kate's training camp. Because that's the middle drill right there. That is textbook. What you do in training camp, coming to life when it matters.
Sheds off a rusher. He's running for it. He slides down with enough to pick up that first. He gets 6 on that play. And that'll be 1st down, Detroit.
You know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide at practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play and denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on him.
That's caught. Here comes Jahmyr Gibbs. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
I love throwing on 1st down. And when you see a 1st down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you plan for, and you go out and execute.
He's on the move. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be 2nd down.
You hear so many programs all around the league talk about it's all about the ball. It's all about the ball. Well, discretion, the better part of valor in a lot of cases. And right there, he understood it's all about the ball, and I'm not going to risk a turnover wisely, throwing it away.
And he's brought down for a loss. Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. From the gun, Goff. On the move, headed right. And that's a win for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. 4th down coming up.
Well, he needed another second to deliver the throw he wanted to. You got to give a lot of credit that time, Kate, to the pass rush for getting in and forcing him to dish it before he was ready.
3rd down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. They'll go for it. Goff. And they won't do it. That falls incomplete on 4th down.
Even the best receivers, they've got occasional breaks in concentration. You just never want to see it happen. One of the most important snaps of the game. If we know anything about this guy, though, it's he'll be up for the challenge the next time the ball comes his way.
Carr now on 1st and 10. That's caught. Rashid Shaheed makes the play. And they get this down roughly to the 34-yard line. That play goes for 19 and a new set of downs.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
This is Alvin Kamara with it. He gets it forward for a gain of 3. Aiden Hutchinson, energetic as always after making the stick. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
You know, Kate, I like to call these body blows. Body blows. You got to be committed to running the football. Even if it doesn't move the chains, I guarantee you that wear and tear will pay dividends later.
Here's 2nd and 7. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of fourth down. We finished one quarter in what's still a scoreless game. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming. Here comes the Saints punting unit. And this will bring a drive that had some promise to a disappointing end. And that's well into the end zone, so a missed chance to stick them near the goal line. Instead, they're going to have the ball at the 20. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Off play action, Goff. Caught, nice game left side. It's a foot race. At the 20. There it is, touchdown Detroit. The Lions get the game's first points here in the second. That score was less about the throw, although it was good, partner, but it was more about getting it to somebody who knew exactly what to do with it.
Well, Kate, it's a good thing the touchdown shows up on both their stat sheets, because sometimes, well, it's quarterback who delivers, and sometimes it's the effort after the catch that really makes the magic happen.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Here comes Williams on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Go play action with Carr. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
Defender's not going to be thrilled the catch was almost made on his watch, but more importantly, he breaks it up. Gives him a chance to do a little jawing after the play. Lets the other guy know he roughed him up and cost him that catch.
Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. Putting a receiver in motion. 2nd and 10, here's Carr. He just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
You need to buy your receivers enough time to get open along the route, and your quarterback enough time to find and hit them with the throw. When the line doesn't hold up, incompletions follow.
Carr throwing on 3rd. That's caught for the 1st. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And the Saints are going to have a 1st down. They've got a man in motion. Throwing on 1st down. It's Carr. This time they're going to get there, and they drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
That sure ended up being a worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down. And he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. It's one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
After the sack, another pass on second down. Oh, put some heat on this. That's caught at the 25. And he's all the way home. Touchdown, New Orleans. The Saints earn the chance to tie it before halftime. Chris Olave with the touchdown. Blake Grupe to try the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Saints tie this game 7-7. Here's Grupe on now to handle the kickoff. And it bounces out of the end zone, so they'll set up shop at the 30. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Here's Goff. He's throwing deep to the left. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Kool-Aid McKinstry has the INT. And the Saints put together a wonderful return. Gets him back inside the 40 following the interception. I don't know what to be impressed by most, Brock. How effortless he made it look to throw it that deep, or how effortless the cover man made it look to get that far down there and haul in the interception.
How about we just marvel at both of them? You call a deep pass like that again on the next play, it could go to the end zone. But this time, it is a takeaway.
Carr off the play fake. Looking to his fullback now. And he gets him around 6 there. Brought down by the veteran Carlton Davis.
I remember talking to Jim Harbaugh one time, and Bo Schembechler asked him when he was a head coach, you have a tight end with his hand on the ground? Yes, coach. You have a fullback still in your roster? Yes, coach. Then you're going to be just fine.
Camaro with the first and still going. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. The Saints get some late points in the lead. Alvin Kamara, the touchdown. Grupe adds the extra point. And the Saints break that tie and now lead by 7. Here's Grupe on now to handle the kickoff. He'll bring it out from a couple yards deep. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. A city known for its incredible skyline, its nightlife and beaches, today centered around this venue, Hard Rock Stadium here in Miami. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And we're underway at Hard Rock. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. They'll start the drive with Achan. And he'll be met near the line to limit the gain to a yard. Willie Gay there on the tackle. Only gets a yard there to make it 2nd and 9.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. They'll stick with A-Chain. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, they were hoping to get outside and meet those guys at the second level. Well, someone from the second level came to beat him on his turf. And that meeting didn't go so well.
This drive in jeopardy. Here's a 3rd and 10. Tua now from the gun. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And they're gonna be stuck with a 4th and long. A quick 3 plays, Brock, and we have arrived at 4th down just like that as he comes through with some contact to break up what looked like a catch.
Hey, guess what, Kate? These guys aren't getting paid by the down defensively. They want to get themselves off the field in as few snaps as possible, and there was no way they were letting this drive extend beyond a 3 and out.
Now Tagovailoa on 4th. He puts everything behind. He's got it deep downfield. There it is. Touchdown, Miami. The Dolphins take a 6-0 lead right away. Tyreek Hill the touchdown. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you can go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shake the foundation of your preparation and makes you wonder what's in store.
And that's brought in for 2, Brock. That's going to put them up 8-0. Well, really a dream start at home for this team. They add on the 2-point try, and they are quickly up 8-0.
So much game left, but they trusted that even if the conversion failed, they can make up those points over the course of the game. But even more than that, Kate, what they've done now to this home crowd to get them off their seats, I can't wait to hear the volume when the defense hits the field.
Here comes Williams on the return. And he's brought down inside the 20 on an uneventful return. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Off the play fake, he'll throw. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
That is not a good omen at all. You spend so much time, Kate, on the first 15 plays, and that first play, you've rehearsed it in your head over and over as a quarterback, as an offensive line. You never, ever want to go backwards, have such a negative play, but now you got to flush it and quickly move on.
Let's see what they dial up on a second and very long. Trying again, following the sack. Has him on the quick hitter. Still going through the 25. It's a gain of 21 yards to pick up that first down.
Man, I love that effort, adding as much as possible to that catch while earning the first down. That's called yards after catch, and it's what coaches want from all their pass catchers on the roster.
Carr with it on first. That's caught by Chris Olave. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. From the shotgun, Carr. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. This is ahead for about 5. Tackle made by Jordan Brooks.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you can depend on.
Give on second to Kamara. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
You know, the elite running backs in this league, they don't just see what's right in front of them. You set up big runs like this because they see what's behind them. That's called extraordinary vision and extra yards.
And we will not get another play. That's going to do it for the first quarter. Neither side separating much so far. Back to Hard Rock Stadium right after this. We're back for the second quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. Carr here from the gun. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. Second down coming up.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Back to the air, Carr. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. They send a receiver in motion right. They're going to throw it on 3rd and long. Catch is made down the right sideline. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They get 28 out of that play. And that's good for a New Orleans first down. Running back sent in motion left. Throwing again, it's Carr. This one's caught. And that play is brought to a halt, they're going to say, at the 5-yard line.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight ends short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage. The trusty tight end.
Looking to throw, Carr. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Targets have far less room to work in this red zone, Brock, but down this close as a former quarterback, I'm just going to assume you got to feel like he should have been able to hold on through whatever.
Yeah, and every once in a while you get in that huddle and you remind him, now listen, guys, it's going to be contested. We know this. It's a physical game, all 100 yards up and into the red zone.
Touchdown, New Orleans! So the offense showing a slightly different dimension there, Brock, getting the running back involved with his hands for the touchdown.
Yeah, such an advantage. I think when you think about it, Kate, it really is about the 80s where we start to see these running backs not just tote the ball as runners, but be real weapons when they get the ball in the passing game.
Yeah.
That's well done.
He's throwing for it! Nothing doing on that two-point opportunity. A fail on the conversion. So they try to match 8 points with 8 points, partner, but no luck on the conversion. They stay down 2.
You know, Kate, some people prefer to take the extra point right there. Others prefer to try and keep pace. There is a lot of game left to make up those 2 points. I'll tell you this. When you get it the first time around and you're in that lead, you can see how it puts the pressure on the other to perform.
1st and 10 now from the 30.
Hey, 21, ready.
Out of the gun, Tagovailoa. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, a give to A.J. A lot of grass ahead. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. A pickup there of 33 yards. And that's going to give the Dolphins a 1st down.
No frills, nothing fancy. That was just a good old offensive line dominated in the trenches. And that sprung them to get to the 2nd level and beyond.
1st down, here's Tua. Dump off to his fullback. And he gets him 1 as we've come up to the 2-minute warning. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9.
All right, come on.
8 chain on the inside give. And he got it real close, but stopped just about a yard or so shy of that 1st down.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that 1st down marker.
The Saints add a 5th defensive back here. 3rd down coming up. 3rd and short, Mostert. A pickup of 2, maybe 3, but most importantly, Brock, that's enough to move the 6.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that 1st down right there.
They'll come up 1st and 10.
They're right here.
Back to throw, Tua. Achane reels it in. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play. We have a timeout here. 2nd one taken by New Orleans. As they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down.
Get set.
Shotgun snap now to Tagovailoa. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. That's DeMario Davis. And the Saints take over after forcing the 1st turnover of this ball game. 2nd and long. They didn't have to pass, Brock, but you kind of knew that was what was coming. And they had the right coverage out there to pick it off.
Yeah, you really have 2 choices here, Kate, offensively, right? You can play conservative, try to get to a manageable 3rd down, or you go step on the gas with aggressiveness. And I love aggressiveness. The problem? Well, this defense saw it coming, and even more so, they took it away. They went up and attacked it and got the ball for themselves.
Carr now on 1st and 10. Kamara's got it. They deliver a shot before he can get to the line.
I know coordinator and quarterback going to be upset with that first down because you call a screen on first, you're thinking stay ahead of schedule. Even a minimal gain to stay on pace, but instead, the defense creates a negative play and sets them back behind the sticks.
Second and 13. Got to him right as he threw it, and it falls to the ground.
You really want those throws to be like clockwork for your offense. Every team needs to hit passes in that short to intermediate range to effectively move the ball.
No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Throwing his car. He lets one fly deep downfield. Well, they had the look, certainly didn't shy away from it, but couldn't connect. And now they're stuck facing fourth down. No luck finding his receiver that time. And that brings up fourth and long. Punt team is on now, and they get this away. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. Call that one a 44-yard punt. And it'll be Dolphins football. New slate of downs to approach here from the 40. First and 10 now. Here's Tagovailoa. On target to his man, Berrios. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe. Now the Dolphins call a timeout. It's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
Yeah, these in cuts maybe aren't the hardest throws from a degree of difficulty, Kate, but it does take some courage as a quarterback to throw into congested spaces, but it can pay big dividends.
Tagovailoa now working from the gun. Has a man, it's Achane. A solid gain there, gets him across the 45 before he goes out. 6 yards on the play and enough for a first.
Translatable skills, that's what you call it. So effective as a runner, but those same traits that make him a great runner, adept at getting those yards, well, he translates it now as a receiver in the open field.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Timeout taken by the offense. Their second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. They really need some chunk yardage here on second down. Another try following the sack. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete. Trying to find Jalen Waddle. And things look tougher now with third and long.
20, TX. It's safe.
Tua now from the gun. Gets everything he has under this throw. That's intercepted near the sideline. Kool-Aid McKinstry has the INT. And the Saints make the defensive stand and come through with a turnover in the final moments of the half. Okay, Brock, now back-to-back drives where they have picked him off. That's got to be a worrying trend for these coaches who know how integral the passing game is to their game plan and their success.
Those poker players, the best of them, when they figure out a tell, they know exactly how to beat their opponent. This defense right now, they're reading this quarterback like a book.
Throwing on first down, it's Carr. Taken in by Shaheed. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. The Saints call their third and final timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half. They'll come up first and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. And they don't connect there, so only 6 seconds remaining.
Well, I'll tell you what that deflection is all about is following the quarterback's eyes. DB knew where that throw was going. With that intuition, he was able to get a hand on it and send it right out of bounds.
Looking to throw. And that one hits the ground incomplete. A single second left now on the clock.
Those passes get more and more difficult as you try to get aggressive down the field. Those windows and throwing lanes, Kate, they're not open very long. And it only takes a little bit for a throw to be thrown off.
One final shot before halftime. He's going deep this time. And the defender redirects that deep shot. Nicely done. Incomplete. So we're through 2 quarters now. Still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Back from the break, I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Heward, and we are just moments away from the beginning of our second half. Sanders all set to send it away. Here comes Williams on the return. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. They're out and set, 1st and 10. They go play action with Cobb. Throw came out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass. Looking for his wide receiver there. And now it's 2nd down. Carr off the play fake. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he'll get it up to the 44. They pick up 20 yards there. And the Saints are going to have a 1st down.
I'm sure coach and play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Carr. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. It's a 30-yard play, Brock, and they've got a fresh set of downs.
He just made a difficult throw to the outside look elementary, Kate, and that's not easy. The placement, excellent. And it helped set his target up to put some more yards on that stat sheet.
On 1st down, they'll run. And the defense not caught off guard at all. They track him down after a small gain.
This is one of those real modest gains, Kate, that I like as a call. And it's just a little more variety to your playbook. Makes that defense wonder. Those guys on the other side of the ball think a little bit. This dude's not just a receiver. He may get in the run game as well.
And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I think with that call, they were trying to set him up with a short 3rd down run, but he said, nope, not on my watch. I'll just go get it all right here. Now, playbook's wide open for 1st and 10.
And they get to him way behind the line on this one and take him down. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Knowing how our wonderful EA Sports team and director does his job, we're going to see a replay real quick here, Kate, and I want to see that moment of truth, that panic in the QB's eyes. You run that bootleg, you're out there alone, you got to make something happen, or you can take a risk like that, a huge sack for this defense.
They haven't found it easy to score in this one, Brock, and physicality just like that, a big reason why.
And it usually is, Kate. I love defensive coordinators when they say, hey, it's not just what you see, it's what you hear. And you could hear the physicality of that knocking the ball loose.
Here he is on 3rd and long. He can't connect with him. Incomplete. Just put it a little too close to the boundary there. No luck finding his receiver that time. And now they're staring at 4th and long. And he missed it. It's no good. And instead of taking a 1-point lead, they trail by 2.
Gosh, it didn't look like anything was wrong with that snap or hold either. He just rushed it a bit, and it winds up off the mark.
Second half begins with a run by Achane. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a first down.
Well, that doesn't net a first down. You get yards like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
In a good spot here, 2nd and inches. Now a give, it's Mostert headed right. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. 2nd and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical 3rd down.
And the Saints go in nickel, 3rd down. Tagovailoa now against the blitz. Complete beyond the marker. And he's taken down directly on that 43-yard line. Well, the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless 3rd quarter for us. It's Dolphins football. We'll see if they can close things out for a win. Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. Doesn't make the connection. Almost a completion of the wrong team there. So it's 2nd down coming up.
Gosh, you could just almost feel his eyes up here, Kate, getting huge, right? He was envisioning the return, and he simply dropped it. Got to secure that pick before you think of anything else.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Running with Achane out of the gun. And he's going to run this down to the 36-yard line. The rookie out of Alabama, there on the tackle.
You make that call to just give yourself a fighting chance on 3rd down, Kate. Take at least a little bite out of the big meal between them and the first down marker. And that should make this upcoming call a little less daunting.
All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Achane again. He's got the 1st and more inside the 25. Dives for the pylon, and that's a touchdown. The Dolphins push this to an 8-point game. Devon Achane with the touchdown. Well, Brock started small at first. It's a building that's meant so much to the city of New Orleans and all of its residents over the years. And our coverage of the NFL has brought us to it, Caesars Superdome. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And here we go from New Orleans. Tucker now on the return. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. Shotgun handoff to Irving. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Offense in the hurry up here. Baker now from the gun. Caught, nice gain left side. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain.
The analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this league with short little dinks and dunks. You've got to get the explosive chunk. You got to get the big play. And that throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
Mayfield on 1st and 10. Catch made by Bucky Irving. And this one doesn't go far.
When there's heat, that blitz coming off the snap, that QB's eyes, you could see it right away. He got to his check down in a hurry. But, Kate, here's the key. Quarterback and running back have to be on the same page. The two were right there, and it netted some positive yards.
Mayfield now from the gun. Catch is made in close. And that's a Tampa Bay touchdown. So that right there, exactly what you're looking for in the opening drive of a game.
And these opening drives are tone setters. You come out flat, maybe you go 3 and out. Sometimes there's a carryover effect, Kate. But here, they were sharp, they were crisp, and they grabbed the early lead.
The Bucs get lined up, and they will kick this away. Here comes Williams on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. It's a design boot. That's caught by Chris Olave. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a 30-yard play, Brock, and they've got a fresh set of downs. So the big play gets him inside the opposing 45, Brock, with a new set of downs to boot. Kamara now on 1st and 10. And he's able to manage a couple on that run.
That's a pretty good stop on 1st down. This defense now gets a chance to dictate, and that's what all the great defenses want to do, Kate. They want to dictate it on their terms and not just be reacting to what the offense is always doing.
Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Here's Carr. He gets it to Jawan Johnson. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. They strike for 23 yards. And that's good for a New Orleans first down. From the red zone now. That's caught. Rashid Shaheed makes the play. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. The Saints finish off their opening drive. So he finds his man in space, and then the wideout takes advantage. Nice finish there to take it in for 6.
Yeah, no question about it. We know points are always a premium in this league, and this really becomes a 3 to 4 point play. Right, when you don't have to settle for field goals, you could throw it underneath and your receivers do that much damage in the open field and score a touchdown. That's big time.
Groupie's extra point is good. And the Saints start off well to tie things 7-7. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. This one's going to bounce into the end zone and will end as a touchback. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. That's complete, Mike Evans. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
The Saints calling for a timeout, their first. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. First down, here's Baker. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And a big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. So that's 1 quarter gone in a battle of NFC South rivals. Scoreboard showing 7s on each side. Back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. Back for the start of quarter number 2. It's Buccaneers football as we begin. They have 2nd and pretty long here. Trying again following the sack. He puts some juice on a deep throw down the middle. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. First time this game they've looked to him. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long.
You know, that was almost a nice chunk play before he was able to recover and provide the hit that dislodges the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays deep.
Third and long for him here. And he let his man too much there, Brock. Incomplete. 4th down coming up.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. Here we go. It's Mayfield. And they got home. Sacked him on 4th down. We've got a turnover on downs, and the defense takes over in plus territory.
Coach is challenging to get the defense off the field with a stop. Rose to the challenge and delivered on that one, really overwhelming the line of scrimmage.
Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. They give to Kamara, left side. And he pushes it further into the red zone, down inside the 15. First down play, nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you're going to be a Pro Bowler.
Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Another run for Kamara. And a bit of deja vu as they stop him at the line once again.
You want to see the term read and react with a little video in the football dictionary? That's it.
Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. They send a man in motion. Carr with it on 3rd and short. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Space on the right. He's got room. The 30. He's at the 10. And he's going to go. It's a pick 6. That play, Brock, that play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie, didn't it? Starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, then the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers, and he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. Here comes Williams on the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Carr trying again after the pick. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out. Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. So we're at the 2-minute warning here from the Superdome. And it's the Saints. Backed up considerably here on 2nd down. Man in motion here. After the sack, another pass on 2nd down. Taken in by Shaheed. And he'll be brought down along the 25-yard line. Now the Saints hustling people forward. They need to get set. Carr throwing on 3rd. He throws a bullet deep to the right. They connect on the deep shot. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. So the big play has him well into enemy territory and field goal range. They're inside the 30. The defense calls a timeout. So that's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Carr with it on 1st. Falls to the ground out left, incomplete.
They would sure love to connect on some of these intermediate throws, those chunk throws. Getting a completion like that, well, not only does it spark your offense, but it just... even more aggressive play calling.
couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Putting a receiver in motion. Throwing again. It's Carr. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And they have this well into the red zone now at the 15. We have a timeout here. Second one taken by New Orleans. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. All right, set now. First and 10. Working inside the red zone. Got his target. It's Hill. And this is down all the way to the 3. It's a real solid pickup, 12 yards, and it rewards him with a first and goal.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
Now, just before the break, a timeout taken by the offense, and they can try for some points going into the break. Only time left for one more snap, Brock, so they're going to run out their field goal unit. Angling this one in from the right hash, the challenge here. Mickatomi's kick is good. And that cuts the lead in half, down to 3.
In that close, in the red zone, you know they're upset. They couldn't finish the drive with the touchdown. It's only half the points, but at least there's something to show for the possession.
Well, Brock, barring the touchback, this kickoff should run out the half, so better make that return good as it's away. Chooses to bring this one out. He's hauled down on what is the final play of our first half. We've reached the midway point of this contest. 2 quarters down and an exciting 2 to go. The NFL on EA Sports returns after this. Well, that first half, certainly an interesting one. Kate, Scott, Brock Heward with you as we get back and see what the second half has in store for us. The Bucs get lined up, and they will kick this away. Here comes Williams on the return. And he gets up beyond the 20, but they plant him a few inches into the ground to end that return. They're out and set, first and 10. Carr here from the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. Has some daylight through the 40. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They get 22 on that one. And the Saints are going to have a first down. Just one play into this drive, and they're already sitting on their own 45. Throwing on first down, it's Carr. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. They'll get 18 yards there. And that's good for a New Orleans first down. Markers reset, ball at the 37. Motioning left is their running back. Carr now on first and 10. Fits it through the middle. And he'll go down here at the 16. It's a 21-yard gain. And the Saints are going to have a first down.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
Still on the move, coming to the line for first and 10. From the shotgun, Carr. Makes the catch, but does not do it in bounds. It looks like he came down on that sideline. Second down coming up.
You know, that's one you watch the next day, Kate, you're just bummed. As a QB, you're a perfectionist. And when it's caught but out of bounds, you know it could have been just a little bit more accurate on your end.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Back to the air, Carr. Catch made underneath by the back. And he's going to be tackled, but still all the way down to the 6.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. When you get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, man, is it difficult on a defense.
Battle coming up on 3rd and inches. They run it from the gun with Kamara. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. The Saints take the lead right away in half number 2. Alvin Kamara, the touchdown. Groupie adds the extra point. And the Saints take a 4-point lead. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. Tucker now on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Baker now from the gun. Finds a seam down the middle. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. He picks up 28 on the play. And that's good for a Buccaneer 1st down. Mayfield now from the gun. That pass complete to Irving. And he'll be brought down at about the 29. That play gains 15, and it moves the sticks.
Something out of nothing, Kate, that may as well be listed on his resume because he's so good at it. Caught that one near the line, and after that, it was all him. Turning a modest pass into far more than a modest gain.
That's going to be caught by Evans. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. So they'll be set up with a 1st and goal when we come back. It's Buccaneer football. They trail, but it's still within reach for them. Gotta think this is 4-down territory, Brock, as they come up here 1st and goal. From the red zone now. Touchdown, Tampa Bay! The impact this guy has had on this game, Brock, has been massive. They'd be on the comeback trail right now if it wasn't for his 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and that second one far bigger than his first when you just look at the game circumstances. Puts him in front here in the second half. It puts a little jet fuel in the engines of their defense.
Big moment coming up here for the Buccaneers. They're going for 2. Mayfield to throw again. Put the body on the line for his team. Well, he just caught them the touchdown, Brock. Defense obviously aware of him as they line up for 2. How did they lose him? How did they get it right back to him for the conversion?
Because he's that good. In moments like this, Kate, it's not even about the play, it's about the player. And when you got a player of this caliber, you find every way to get it to him. And just because he scored the touchdown doesn't mean you don't go right back to that well. I love it. Hey, Kate, the best kick returners I was ever around, really at any level, they want this opportunity. They want their chance to help their team. They know they're down, but they also know that return, especially a good one like this, can set the offense up for success.
They've got first down from the 31. Here's Carr. Into the hands of Olave. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
This is one of those kind of win-win situations. Both sides feel good. As an offense, I get a completion. I get a win. As a defense, I keep everything in front of me. I make the tackle for a short gain. I get a win, too. Sometimes you can get to win-win.
8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Carr off the play fake. Gets this one to Shaheed. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. Working out of the gun. It's Carr. And he just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down. Looking to throw. Couldn't connect right side. It's incomplete.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
Third down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. He's back to throw. He throws a bullet down the right side. Big shot is hauled in. Finger inbounds. Oh, what a play! One of their biggest plays of the game, and it comes on a 4th down gamble.
One thing we don't have in football is we don't have that radar gun. But if we did, Kate, this is the kind of throw, when you throw it that deep outside the numbers, that requires a serious fastball, serious arm strength, and he just showed it off.
Down inside the 40 now with a first down following that last play. He's got Shaheed. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. The Saints take a 4th quarter lead. So sensational work by the skill man there, Brock. Anytime you can make your quarterback look that good, you know he appreciates it.
That's a quarterback's best friend, no question. But on the other side, gosh, defensively, you got to get that skill player down. Period. Yeah. End of story. You can't give up that much yards after catch.
Groupie's extra point is good. And the Saints push their lead to 3. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. Makes the catch, but does not do it in bounds. It looks like he came down on that sideline. Second down coming up.
Those passes get more and more difficult as you try to get aggressive downfield. I love the call. I love pushing the ball down the field. But the windows in the throwing lanes aren't there long, and it only takes a little bit for a throw to be off.
Second down, Mayfield to pass. Completed to his running back. And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the first. The rookie out of Alabama, there on the tackle.
Rhythm. You hear me talk about rhythm a lot. Whether it's a golf swing, a baseball swing, heck, even a bowler gets himself into rhythm. And I'm just telling you, Kate, from experience, these little throws to running backs, it's one of the best things to get your offense into rhythm and a nice little gain on top of it.
Oh, love this. Give it to the big guy on third and short. Oh, he gets clobbered behind the line.
How many times, Kate, how many times we sit in these meetings and the coaches will tell us the same thing? We win this game. We win these situations Monday to Saturday. That was awesome. That was short yardage recognition of that run, and they demolished it.
So that brings us to the 2-minute warning in New Orleans. Buccaneers trail by a field goal. Fourth and 3, drive on the line. He'll throw it. That's cut beyond the marker. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. They stun the defense with a gain of 14 on fourth down and pick up the first.
Oh, I love fourth downs. It just brings out the very best, and you get to see how you handle the most pressure, and it turns out they handled it pretty darn well, and now they'll keep pushing.
Irvin here from the gun, and he's brought down for a loss.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Setting up to pass. Escapes the pocket. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find the throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. Third down coming up.
Look at the coverage on that play, Kate. I love that. That is textbook defense right there. When the quarterback escapes the pocket, and you got to find somebody. You got to go get sticky on your offensive guy. It's exactly what the secondary did, and it forces the throwaway.
Now to throw. This finds Evans, complete. And he's going to be brought down after reaching the 43. Buccaneers hustling to the line. They're in the hurry up. Here he goes. Got to have this on fourth down. Got Evans. It's complete. And he's touched as they pick up that first down on fourth.
I love those moments of truth. We get to see exactly how they handle it when all the pressure that drives right on them. Turns out, handled it pretty darn well, and now they'll keep pushing on.
Here he is to throw. That one's cut at the 10-yard line. And he's in, and that's a touchdown. And with almost no time left, he just likely won them this game. Absolutely clutch score there, Brock, as they take the lead here in the final minute.
Incredible execution. The moment not too big for any of them. And, Kate, they cashed in when it really mattered.
The Bucs get lined up, and they will kick this away. Here comes Williams on the return. He's stopped on the return at the 27. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. He'll look to throw it. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Now a timeout, and there may be time for 2 plays here, Brock, but a quick short one does them no good. They got to go for broke here. And the whistles go off, so we got a timeout. 9 seconds left in the game. Let's see what they dial up on a 2nd and very long. Back to throw. They're on him again, and he goes down again. And the back-to-back sacks. Nice work by the defense there. Sets him up with a 3rd down. To throw. And this ball's incomplete with just 2 seconds remaining.
From a city that has hosted 10 Super Bowls, here's a look inside the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. Glad you're with us. It's Blake Groupie to get this one started, and off we go here in New Orleans. And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30. They run here with Rico Dowdle. And he'll be brought down right around the 37. So not quite a 1st down just yet as they come up on 2nd and less than a yard. Here's Prescott. On the out route, it's Lamb with a grab. Room here to run. And he'll be out just a yard or 2 shy of the 30. Good yardage after the catch. Is that play good for 30 and a 1st?
Execution was one of their watchwords leading up to this one. And on that play, able to execute brilliantly here on this opening drive.
They run here with Dowdle. And he'll be brought down at the 27-yard line. 5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on 1st down.
And that's exactly what you want on a first down run. Pick up 5 yards, bring up 2nd and 5. The defensive line, though, they've got to figure out a way to out-leverage the guys up front because the offensive line is winning at the point of attack.
A short one there taken in by Ferguson. 7 yards there and a first down. On the run, it's Dowdle. And he'll get this one down to about the 17. Give him 3 on first down. It'll set up a 2nd and 7.
Some of the most unselfish players on any football team, defensive tackles, because we ask them to just eat up blocks and allow other people to make tackles. But when he can make a play himself, as we just saw there, that's a big day.
Off the play fake, Prescott. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
It's been a good opening drive offensively thus far, but you know they don't want to waste it and settle for a field goal attempt after that incompletion. So this is a big play coming up here on 3rd down.
They'll run the end around. This is Cooks. And a great job there to read that one defensively. They strung him out, would not allow him to cut upfield. Only a yard on the pickup there, and it's going to leave him with a 4th down. They'll turn things over to Brandon Aubrey now for the field goal. A 33-yarder from the left hash. Oh, they flip it to the kicker. He looks like he's going to throw it. Pass complete. Now race for the marker. They pass up the 3, fake it. It doesn't work. And this defense delivers a turnover on downs on the very first drive of the afternoon. Carr going to lead the Saints up here 1st and 10 from back at their own 10-yard line. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. Say hello to Eric Kendricks. He gets the sack there.
Okay, partner, a couple points of interest right here, all right? Offensively, we see that they came out throwing the football, but maybe more importantly, the blitz that came defensively, they got right after him.
And you were telling me pregame before we came on air, you think this is something we could see a lot.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it because this is a unit that wants to play the game on their terms.
And they're going to get this all the way out past the 20. A gain there of 21 yards.
And they were backed up to start the drive, but not anymore. Now, that's the play call that the offensive coordinator had in his head. You saw the end result. He wanted to go ahead and push the ball downfield, and that's what they did. And they wound up with good yardage there to get things rolling.
Now they can breathe a little easier, some room to operate as they've got it 1st and 10 now out past the 20. The first carry now. This is Alvin Kamara. And they'll get to him quickly here as he'll get a yard, just a yard to the 22.
Yeah, things were pretty stacked up there in the middle of the line. A lot of bodies, not much space. I think ultimately he was fortunate to get anything out of that run.
Now Carr. That is incomplete.
It's always tough trying to keep your guy upright when he's trying to throw the football. When you're dealing with those big, bad guys on the defensive front, it's even tougher. And this time, those guys on the opposite side won the battle, getting to the quarterback and knocking him into an incompletion.
From the gun now on 3rd down, Carr gets this complete to Shaheed. And they will stop him short. They get him to the ground at the 27, no first down. So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch. And it'll be 4th down. And Shaheed going to go in motion. Carr going to go on 4th down. That is caught. And past the 40 before he's out of bounds. A curious decision to go for it, but it pays off with a first down.
I don't know if I agree with that. I guess they don't care if I agree with that. But, boy, you have to be surprised by that, right?
I definitely was surprised that they decided to go for it in this situation. But they must have either felt like they either had a great play call on or they're trying to show extreme confidence.
To throw his car. There's Chris Olave. He'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. 10 more there and another first down.
Well, that's one way and a good way to get things going offensively. One play in and they're already on the move. The defense, they're hoping that's not a sign of things to come as this game unfolds.
2 minutes on the clock in what's been a scoreless first half. They'll bring a receiver in motion right. Here's Carr to throw. He'll get this one underneath to Kamara. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. 11 more yards that go around, a first down as well. Now Carr again. Open man downfield is Hill. And he'll take it into the end zone for the Saints touchdown. Taysom Hill, 37 yards. And the Saints post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter. Groupie able to add the PAT. And that makes the score 7-0. After the touchdown, here's Groupie to kick this one away. From a couple yards deep, he'll bring it out of the end zone. And he returns this to the 22. About set for this next drive by the Cowboys offense. Charles, we'll see what they can do here. Not a ton of time left, but enough certainly to get points out of this drive, and they need them right now because they're trailing.
Yeah, this is exactly why you practice a 2-minute drill all through camp and at least one practice each week before a game. A minute left, more than enough time to string a few completions together, reach the end zone, and then make that walk back to the locker room just a little more animated.
To throw is Prescott. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
To this point, I've been impressed with the work defensively. They have not allowed a lot of receivers to run free. And there's another example, another incompletion.
They come up now 3rd and 5 following the incomplete pass. He'll fire deep downfield for Lamb. Well, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. And he will take it across midfield and down to the 45. So they tried to take the deep shot there, but this defense up to the task.
And a lot of times when you air a ball out like this, if it does get intercepted, there's going to be a lot of space out there to set up a return. And remember, you've got 5 big offensive linemen out there playing on their feet in open space. Not a skill most of them possess that allows for extra yardage on the return.
Now a first down carry. It's Kamara. Solid running on the carry, but still brought down just inside of the 40. A solid run on first down. Gain of 7 leaves him with a 2nd and 3.
You know what really fires up offensive linemen? when the guy that is carrying the ball behind them can create his own space and break a tackle along the way.
2nd down and 3. Carr. Little short pass here to Hill. He's going to go out of bounds, but he takes this one down just shy of the 20. The catch and run there, good for 16 and a first.
But when you hit him on the move like that, and he's able to get into open field with a full head of steam, oh, boy, it's going to be tough to get him down.
Yeah, there was a big window. They're lucky they did get him down. He'll get it once more into the hands of Hill. And all the way down inside the 5 to the 4. The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 18 seconds to go in the first half. Two big plays in succession. Not sure this D knows what hit him, but now they got to get ready. It's 1st and goal.
93.
To throw, it's Carr. Touchdown, Saints. Taysom Hill as the first half is winding down. And the Saints will extend their lead here just before halftime. And, Charles, they continue to have trouble stopping him as he's into the end zone yet again.
Yeah, that's multiple series now that have ended with him in the end zone. A perfect plan on how to utilize him best when they get in close.
The point after, good by Groupie. And that'll make the score 14-0. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. Now a crease here as he's past the 30. And able to break this out all the way to the 38-yard line. Great return. The Dallas offense here set to begin the drive. And from this spot in the field with the clock where it's at, you think we're just going to see a knee and that's it?
And I think in this situation, that's the proper play. But we do know there's some risk takers out there that may want to take one more shot before the clock runs out.
And with just 4 seconds left in this first half, a timeout call. And they line up now for what will likely be the last play of the first half. Final play of the half, Prescott. He'll get this to his running back, Dowdle. First half in the books. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, getting set for quarter number 3 here. A 2-touchdown game, 14-0 the score as we get rolling again here in this second half. And we will not see a return of the dynamic kickoff. And the first drive of the second half will commence from the 30-yard line. The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started. Hey, Charles, they've got the lead. Put your coaching hat on here now. What's the game plan for the second half?
I think getting the running game going a little bit more, because I thought in the first half they didn't get it moving the way that they would like. They had success throwing it, but I think these first couple of drives, they'll want to get those running backs going and give them more opportunities, and I will guarantee you that those guys were lobbying for them in the locker room at halftime.
second down, and it's Kamara again. And this defense able to plug him up there as he'll get a yard to the 35.
In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin too.
They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks.
Now Carr.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45.
Give them 22 there on the third down conversion.
Normally on third down and short yardage, you're thinking of throw to your tight end. It's just going to be a simple chain mover. But this time they let him roam down the field, and a nice dart picks up the first down and then some.
From the gun, it's a run for Kamara.
And the stop here will come at the 38-yard line.
5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
Carr now to throw.
That's complete to his running back, Kamara.
So give him 2 yards there on the completion. And now it's 3rd and 3.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends, because their ability to make people miss in the open field can really generate big plays for an offense.
Now Carr.
He's got his target. That's complete.
Touchdown, New Orleans. 3rd touchdown pass now for Derek Carr.
And the Saints have moved out in front by 3 touchdowns.
That drive that really increased their cushion.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the outskirts of the nation's capital. It's Northwest Stadium in Landover, the home of the Commanders. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go from Northwest Stadium. And this opening kickoff doesn't reach the landing zone, hitting short of the 20, so that will move the ball out to the 40-yard line. They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. The drive will begin here with a run by Robinson. That lane closes quickly. A pickup of 3. Demario Davis there on the play. They face 2nd down and 7. From the shotgun, it's Daniels. That's complete. It's Jamison Crowder. Knocked down hard. Wow, they stopped him in his tracks, but he does have enough to pick up the 1st down. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. Now pass deep for McLaurin. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete. Terry McLaurin, the intended target on that one, and it'll lead to a 2nd down. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. He finds De'Ami Brown. He's got room at the 30. And he's out of bounds all the way inside the 15-yard line. A big play there for Washington. 38 yards. Down at the 12. It's 1st and 10. Daniels going to keep it on the zone read. And nothing cooking on that one. He'll be met and tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Throwing on 2nd down. Daniels.
Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, when he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to rally to the football and hold him to just a short gain.
7th play of this opening drive, and here's 3rd down. From the shotgun on 3rd down, Daniels. And that is incomplete.
So defensively, there's always the initial pass coverage plan, and then when that breaks down and the quarterback goes into scramble mode, how fast can you then move on to the 2nd phase and what they call plaster, meaning find the nearest receiver and almost play him man-to-man, and it's exactly what they did here, and there was nowhere for the ball to go, and he's forced to just throw it away.
Okay, ready? What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Throwing is Daniels. And that is incomplete. The defense very happy to see that play call. The decision to go for it on 4th and long will end up in a turnover on downs.
Well, Mike, it's pretty clear early in this game the message they want to send is we are going to be aggressive on offense. And that's exactly what they did there, going for it on 4th down early. But it's the defense that comes through and forces the turnover on downs.
Play action now. It's Cobb. His first throw of the game is going to be intercepted. That's the veteran linebacker, Bobby Wagner.
This is an area of the offense, Mike, that's going to have to find its rhythm now as this game unfolds. They talked all week, come out early, get some completion, settle down this quarterback. Well, in return, he throws an early pick. It's too early to go away from the game plan. There's a lot of game left, but this passing game is going to have to get on track throughout the rest of this game.
Come on.
Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up 2nd down. Now Daniels. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. That's Carl Granderson in there to record the sack.
If there's one positive remaining, it's the fact that they're still in scoring position. But with the way they've been able to move the ball down here in the red zone, they're thinking 6. But after that last sack, their chances of converting here for a touchdown have gotten a lot more difficult.
3rd and long, and here's Daniels. 17 yards on the gain, and now they've got 1st and goal.
You just love to see this effort, especially on 3rd down. You understand, you want to keep this possession alive. You have to do everything in your power sometimes to bail out your quarterback, and it's exactly what he does here, and it brings up a fresh set of downs.
On 2nd and goal, here's the zone read. So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. 0-0 is the score. More after this. You're watching the NFL right here on EA Sports. It's back at the 8 now for 2nd and goal.
Here we go. Ready.
They'll run. It's Eckler. And room to operate as he takes it down to the 2.
Ready.
3rd and goal. And he will dive into the end zone. Brian Robinson. Touchdown, Washington. Austin Seibert now for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Commanders will take a 7-0 lead. Seibert now following the touchdown. He's out to kick it away. And this is going to end up way short of the landing zone, so that's going to move the ball up to the 40-yard line. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Shaheed in motion. On 1st and 10, Carr. His pass taken in by Shaheed. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line.
Well, there's not a lot to this route. Man coverage, and you got a drag route. Give him a little something off the line and go. Win with speed. Good, accurate ball on the front shoulder pad. Allows him to pick up the rest after the catch and leads to a big gain.
Brought in by Chris Olave. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. From the shotgun, it's Carr. That's deep for Olave. And he'll take it on in. Chris Olave. Touchdown, Saints.
And this is what good offenses in the NFL do, Mike. It's the ability to bounce back, even if the onset of the game doesn't go exactly according to plan. Everybody wants to take their opening possession and go down there and come away with a touchdown. But it's not always going to be perfect. You turn it over on possession 1, What are you going to do in response on possession 2? Well, we just got our answer, and they took it down for 6.
After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. On first down, Daniels. Work in the middle of the field, but that is incomplete.
Really nice job there by the defense defending the middle of the field. That is the most valuable real estate on the field. They know every single offense is trying to attack the defense between the hashes, so give credit. They took away all the throwing lanes, and that ball falls incomplete.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Play clock down to 0. That's going to be a delay.
On the jump.
On 2nd down, it's Daniels. That's thrown right side, but incomplete.
An incompletion there isn't ideal by any means, Mike, but I think that's one of those passes where he made sure that ball was either going to end up in his guy's hands or out of bounds.
Let's go now.
And this drive going from bad to worse. And a delay of game now on top. The task now, a really tough one. 3rd and very long. The motion man here is McLaurin.
Dragon 60.
Throwing now on 3rd and long. And this drive is over before it can start. He's swallowed up to force 4th down. The Commanders about to send this one away. As this drive quickly stalled out, so he's on to punch it away. This brought in out past the 20. And he's going to be brought down after a short return. And that's where his team will get possession of the football. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Valdez-Scantling on the move. Carr now to throw on 1st down. This throw right side is caught by Hill.
So the hope is when you call these underneath drag routes, you're trying to have your tight end come out the backside of the defense in space. So when you put the ball on him early, it leads to big yards after the catch. In this case, they don't get the real big play they were hoping for, but they'll definitely take it.
Now, a second down throw from Carr. And that one knocked away. It's incomplete.
So as halftime looms, Mike, they have to find a way to capitalize on this drive right here and make sure they end the half with some sort of points. Now, that incompletion, not ideal, but at the very least it stops the clock. Catch your breath, get back in the huddle, and this next play, it's got to be a gotta-have-it best play call.
They'll spread the formation here. Let's see what the call is on 3rd and inches. To throw is Carr. He's got his man. It's Hill. And he's going to be taken down at the 30-yard line. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. Clock stops with a little under a minute to go in this second quarter. On first down, Carr. Right back to Hill. He's got it again. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
The drag route. We used to say this is day one install. Every single offense in the NFL has this sort of route, especially for the tight end position. And depending on the speed and the run after catch ability of the tight end, sometimes it can lead to some of the biggest gains.
Second down, Carr. This is caught at the 2. To the goal line and in. Taysom Hill. Touchdown, New Orleans.
You know, Mike, at this level, not all touchdowns are created equal. There's some plays that result in touchdowns, and then there are touchdown strikes. And this one is the latter. I mean, you talk about a confidently thrown ball on the money downfield. It doesn't get a lot better than this, and his receiver is able to take it in for 6.
Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. This one taken at the 10. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line.
Okay, break.
First and 10. Daniels now going to look to throw. Now a loose football. And fortunately for the Commanders, one of their guys able to get back in there and retain possession.
Sometimes these games in the NFL, Mike, they get decided by simply how the ball bounces. I mean, how often do we see a quarterback in the pocket get strip sack and that ball ends up going the other direction? Fortunately for them, they can regroup, get back in the huddle, and live another day. Ball falls into the hands of his own guy, and they'll see if they can.
The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line. Now a timeout here by Washington. That is their second, as they get it right at the 30-second mark of this first half. So backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. Throwing now, Daniels. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
The most important stat, Mike, to determine wins and losses in the NFL is clearly turnover differential, your ability to protect the ball and on defense take the ball away. And for any offense, that's even more critical when you have the ball on your side of the field.
Here's Tress Way now. as he's on to punt for the second straight drive. And he couldn't get that one to check up. It'll keep bouncing into the end zone. It's a touchback. First down throw for Carr. Open man down the field. It's Olave. And he is short of the goal line, but they are in business at the 1-yard line.
And after that explosive play, they have a chance to extend their lead even more, and they have had their way. The defense has had no answers for anything they've done in the passing game, and they don't find out a way to slow them down. It could be in for a long game.
So the big play gets him down close. And now it's first and goal. Carr working out of the gun. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Chris Olave. Touchdown, Saints. His second touchdown of this first half. Groupie able to add the extra point. And the Saints add on one more as they extend their second quarter lead. So 2 seconds left to play, and the kick's away. From a yard deep, he's going to bring it out. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play. All right, Coach, thank you very much. We welcome you back. It is quarter number 3. First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. Terrific return. He's taken down just shy of midfield. Here's first and 10. First carry now for Alvin Kamara. He plunges forward for a couple of yards. The veteran Bobby Wagner in there on the stop. They'll come up on a second down and 8. Throwing is Carr. Left side into the hands of Olave. And they bring him down there, but it is inside the 10. It is going to be first and goal.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
He pulls it in around the 5. And they'll get this down to the 3, but no further. It'll be second and goal. Kamara going to try to bull his way in. And he's going to be stopped in the backfield. Taken down back at the 3.
It makes sense on second and goal, Mike, to keep this ball on the ground. You always have third down again to finally punch it in. But now after the defense forces you backwards, I think you have to consider putting this one in the air here on third and goal.
On third down, they'll run, and here comes the reverse. And he will win the race to the pylon. He's in. Rashid Shaheed. Touchdown, New Orleans. EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the Inner Harbor of Baltimore, Maryland, and M&T Bank Stadium. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go here in Baltimore. This will be taken at the goal line, and he'll return it. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start.
DC ready?
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Out of the gun, they'll throw to get things going. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Bateman is the motion man. On play action, here's Jackson. He finds Likely, his tight end. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch, and it's exactly how they're able to pick up this big gain.
Play action now. Jackson.
That'll be batted down.
Rashad Bateman, the intended target, and it'll bring up 2nd down.
I'm not sure there's any position on defense that's undergone as much of an evolution as the linebacker position. In the old days, they were the physical tone setters. They were the tacklers. But now, it's their ability to hold up in coverage, like you saw there, that allows you to keep those guys on the field for all 3 downs. They got there in a hurry, didn't they, Mike? I mean, luckily for him, he saw that free rusher coming, and at the very least was able to get that ball out to prevent the sack.
On 3rd down, Jackson. He gets that to the veteran Aguilar. A gain there of 24 yards. Good for a Raven 1st down.
You just can't ask for better protection than that, especially on 3rd down. Clean pocket, tons of time for the quarterback to work through his progression. And at this level, if you give quarterbacks that amount of time, chances are they're going to find somebody downfield.
To the air one more time with Jackson. That's to the end zone, but it's incomplete.
That was a perfectly timed hit, and I think it actually saved 6 points, Mike. He got there just as the ball did, and I think it was the contact that separated him from the ball.
It's the tight end Likely in motion. Jackson up top again. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. And he might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a 3rd down.
They couldn't quite connect there on that short pass, Mike, and I just think it's worth reminding everyone how different the concepts are down here in the red zone than what the rest of the game plan calls for in the normal part of the field.
Aguilar goes off in motion. He'll try to run for it.
And that's a great job defensively here on 3rd down. Not only taking away all the options down the field through the air, but when the quarterback decides to turn into a runner himself, they're able to converge and make the play and keep him short of the 1st down.
Early big play here. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Off the play fake. Jackson. That one is caught in the back of the end zone. Rashad Bateman. Touchdown, Baltimore. Now Justin Tucker for the point after. He's got it. And the Ravens will take a 7-0 lead. Out there is Tucker, and he'll kick this one away after the touchdown was scored. On the return, it's Williams. A good return as he takes it across the 30. Set to go now on 1st and 10. They'll go play action with Carr. The reception for Rashid Shaheed. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one.
So you come back out here after watching the opposing team score first, and what you want to do is you got to establish a little early rhythm and get the drive started. Get a little positive energy into that huddle, and what hopefully starts out good ends with you being able to get some points of your own.
On 1st and 10, Carr. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up 2nd down.
I think that play probably results in a completion if that protection just holds up a little bit longer. It was that initial pressure in the face of the quarterback that forced him to get rid of that ball a little bit earlier than he wanted. Disrupts that timing, ruins the play.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. From the shotgun, it's Carr. Brought in by Chris Olave. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down. So, they'll... Here's 3rd and 2. Now, Carr. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down.
And on that 3rd down, they thought an easy way to pick it up and get some positive yards would go to their quick game, but it didn't seem like the receiver and the quarterback were on the same page, and now brings up 4th down.
Olave is the motion man. Carr to throw it on 4th down. He's going to air this one out. And he will go all the way. Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Touchdown, Saints. Groupie able to add the extra point. The Saints come right back to tie it at 7. Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. Hardy now with the return. They'll get this up past the 20, and that's where they'll set up shop. So 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 22. Bateman is the motion man. Jackson now to throw on 1st down. This one complete to Bateman. And he'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. But the defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle prevents that from turning into a big play.
He's got room past the 35. And he's out of bounds, but all the way down at the 30-yard line. A big play there for Baltimore. A pickup of 44 yards. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. The ball comes out. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds, so possession does not change hands. A sigh of relief there. That was very nearly a turnover. Fortunate to see that one, Greg, get fumbled out of bounds.
And when that ball came loose, Mike, you could see the entire sideline kind of holds their breath. But they were able to take a little bit of an exhale as they saw that ball, fortunately for them, go out.
Oh, the ball is out. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds, so possession does not change hands. Third and long for Jackson. He finds his receiver. That's Bateman. And he will get into the end zone. Rashad Bateman. Touchdown, Ravens. His second TD of the game, and this one gives his team the lead. Out there is Tucker, and he'll kick this one away after the touchdown was scored. On the return, here's Mims. And he'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field. Shaheed in motion. Carr now to throw on first down. That's deep for Olave. That is brought in. And they're going to have this all the way down inside the 30-yard line.
They really showed off their connection on that pitch and catch, Mike, and just really good ball placement and really good separation downfield. And when those two things align, it's just really challenging for a defender to stay with them and take that play away.
On first down, Carr. He'll get this out wide. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain.
So they have these rules for the receivers, Mike. They call them green grass rules. And the idea is if you're running across the field and you're looking at the quarterback, you're going to stay on the run. If you're not looking at the quarterback, that tells him, I'm going to sit in this soft zone. I'm going to, what they call, punch and pivot and stop. And that tells the quarterback to put the ball on your chest. That nonverbal communication between the receiver and the quarterback, recognizing when you're open, stay open, that's the stuff that makes a lot of these offenses so difficult to defend.
Here's a 3rd and 10. Shaheed in motion. Quick throw here is complete. That's his 3rd catch of this first half and good enough for a first down.
Big-time conversion there on 3rd down. Finding yourself trailing at the moment, the last thing you want to do is waste this promising possession. Now, with that throw, they find themselves deep in their opponent's territory. They have to come away with the touchdown to try to cut into this deficit.
Here's Carr. And that one just kept getting worse and worse until finally they bring him down.
Now after taking that loss on the sack, it changes your entire approach offensively. You go from playing for 6 to now everything is just about coming away with points.
Now, 2nd down throw from Carr. And it's a reception for Taysom Hill. And he'll be taken down, but now a long way to go on 3rd and goal. The play clock down to 0. And this, not the best of sequences. Now the Ravens use their first timeout. Here comes Blake Grupe for this field goal try. This one from 39 yards out. And that is no good. He missed it. So we have reached halftime with these two teams separated by a touchdown. As we send you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman has our EA Sports halftime report. Coach, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula to come out on top in this second half. Coming up. Williams now to return. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. First down throw for Carr. To the left side, in the hands of Hill. And they'll mark him down just shy of the 40.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. Carr working out of the gun. A very quick throw there, but not on the same page with his target. That's incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And they bring him down there, but it is inside the 10. It is going to be 1st and goal.
What did he tell us during the week, Mike? He says, I want to get more involved in the passing game. And I'll tell you what, I can understand why he feels that way. I mean, to take that intermediate throw and turn it into a big explosive play, they got to continue to get that guy the ball.
They've got it at the 8. 1st down and goal. Carr. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. To throw, it's Carr. This one caught at the 4. And he's close to the goal line, but they're going to mark him short, put him down at the 1.
These are the worst. I had a couple years, Mike, where I swear I got tackled inside the 1-yard line 10 times. And then you look back and you're like, man, how many touchdowns did I leave on the board because I couldn't get one more yard? Now, for him individually, not ideal, but right now they're on the doorstep of the end zone, and they got to find a way to put that ball across the goal line.
Olave is the motion man. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. 1.5 yards. That's all they need on this 3rd and goal. They'll try and run. Here's Kamara. And he will not get in. The defense standing their ground, pushing him back, and it sets up 4th and goal.
What can you say about the effort of this defense, Mike? I mean, they find themselves backed up their heels on their own goal line. And not only did they come up with a big 3rd down stop, they take them back for a loss. Brings up 4th down, and wow, they got a chance to make a huge goal line stand.
Carr throwing on 4th down. And this is caught. Wow, the decision to go pays off. Chris Olave. Touchdown, New Orleans. Groupie able to add the extra point. And the Saints will tie things up. We are all even at 14. So back to level after the touchdown. And time for the kickoff. And we'll see a return here from his own end zone. Wow, they are hitting now. Been a tight game, and he takes a big shot there on that return. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Jackson now. Going up top and looking for Flowers. Oh, a lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. Zay Flowers, the intended receiver, and it'll be 2nd down. From the gun, Jackson. He's going to dial up another deep ball. He's got it! A great connection there. They're going to bring it down inside the 35-yard line.
Those are the explosive pass plays that this team is going to continue to mine all day. And you can see pre-snap, the quarterback loved his matchup. He allowed his receiver to work downfield. Perfect throw, and now sets them up to try to see if they can finish this drive off with some points.
First carry for one of the league's best workhorses, Derrick Henry. And he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. So, 3. Here's a 2nd and 6. On the give, here's Henry. And he'll get maybe about 4 yards out of that one. The lane closed quickly, and here comes 3rd down. They'll try and run for this with Henry. He will have a Ravens 1st down. This defense unable to hold. It's a 7-yard gain on 3rd and 2.
Nothing real fancy about this call here, Mike, right? In this 3rd and short, just get the ball to your running back, make sure he has enough space to pick up the 1st down, and they're able to convert.
So here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20. Here's the fullback, Ricard. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. Saints going to use their 2nd timeout. Here's 2nd and 6. Bateman is the motion man. Out of the gun, here's a give to Henry. And the Ravens are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as they try to finish off this drive with 6 points. They'll try to throw here with Jackson. This is intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu.
All right, Mike, file this play away. If they're able to hold on and pull this game out, we're going to look back on this as the pivotal moment of this game. Oftentimes, it takes that one big moment to sway the outcome of a game, and no bigger play than a pick deep inside your own red zone.
They'll come up for 1st and 10. Throwing is Carr. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down.
I like the idea of using the passing game to try to give your offense a little breathing room. You find yourself in the shadow of your own goalpost, Mike. Worst case scenario, you do not want to punt out of your own end zone. So I like the idea of trying to pick up some positive gains through the air. But they've got to come up with some completions and try to pick up at least 1 first down, or you're going to put your defense in a tough spot.
And he'll be brought down at about the 13-yard line. Pickup of 11 yards on that one. 1st down, New Orleans. They'll drop to throw. That's over the middle and taken in by Valdez-Scantling. Give them 12 on that one. They are on the march. Another 1st down. In the shotgun. Oh, they are on him in a flash, and he's lost the football. One of the Ravens has it, and he's going to bring this one back. It is a fumble recovery for a defensive touchdown.
And just what a turn of events, Mike. You have the ball. You're thinking all we need to do is milk the clock, get into field goal range, and win this thing in regulation. But now after that turnover, you find yourself now back trailing, and I'm not sure there's enough time for them to come back.
So the lead is 7 now. Here in this 4th quarter, the tie has been broken, Let's see what happens on this kickoff. And no chance to return this one. Through the end zone for a touchback. This is 1st and 10. Shaheed in motion. On 1st and 10, Carr. That's going to be pulled in by Kamara. And he is out of bounds, but not until he's inside the 40-yard line. It's a big play when they needed it the most. 32 yards. Shaheed in motion. Back is Carr. And that is incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Carr now on 2nd down. He'll take a shot down the middle of the field. And the Ravens are going to take over here at their own 22.
Mike, these are just throws you're not accustomed to seeing, especially from a quarterback that has played this much football.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League takes us to the banks of the Ohio River and Paycor Stadium in the Queen City of Cincinnati. Just about set for football. Blake Groupie is ready to get us started.
And we are underway from Cincinnati.
And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. They show run with 3 tight ends here on first down.
Here we go.
And they'll begin here with a run by Brown.
And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. It'll go as a loss of a yard on the game's first play. Second down.
They have 3 tight ends in that formation. That's almost a universal sign that they're planning to run the football. But how about the defense there? They met force with force and caused a stack up behind the line of scrimmage and threw him for a loss.
Another run for Brown on second down.
And he's going to get back to the original line of scrimmage, but that's about it. The second down play, not much better than the first, just a gain of 1 there.
Sometimes your philosophies get challenged at times you don't want them to. They did try to stick to the running game on the first 2 plays. Didn't amount to much.
And now facing a 3rd and long at the outset of this drive.
Here we go, here we go.
From the gun on 3rd down is Burrow. Flush to his right. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete.
That was their first 3rd down try of the game, and clearly something was off in the execution of that play. Good news, they've got a whole game left to clean that up and start clicking on those key 3rd down throws.
On 4th down, the punt team is on as this is sent away. No return, but it goes down as just a punt of 31 yards. And the Saints will take over with a 1st down and 10. A good starting spot for the Saints as they come up 1st and 10 at their own 37. Now Carr on the bootleg.
Oh, his first throw of the game going to be intercepted. Inside the 10.
And he will bring it back. It's a pick 6 for the Bengals TD.
Well, a pick 6 on the first play of the drive. And, Charles, we have our first points of the game, making it 6-0.
And while it's only 6 points in the first quarter, it certainly takes a lot of pressure off of them, doesn't it? They're in the lead. They have control. Now they just want to settle in and play their game and defend that advantage.
Extra point by McPherson, up and good.
And it's now a 7-0 game. So they throw the pick 6. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air.
And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30.
Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense.
Now remember, they were just out here a moment ago through the pick 6, so we'll see if they can take better care of the football this go-around.
And sometimes, partner, I think it's almost better that you just throw the pick 6 and you come right back out on the field. You're not over on the sidelines dwelling for it for very long. You're not hearing everyone say, oh, yeah, you'll get them next time. Hey, don't worry about it. All that stuff just goes right out the window. You're right back out on the field with a chance to atone.
A boost here to start the drive. After the penalty, it's 1st and 5. On play action, now Carr.
And that throw behind his man, he missed him, incomplete. Ball on the 35. Here comes 2nd and 5.
They fake the handoff. Now Carr. And just not enough on the throw there. Down around his feet and incomplete.
That one came up just a little bit short. I'm wondering, is it still a little bit tight as this game starts? What would you say? Maybe he's got to take the governor off of it?
Or maybe the donut off the baseball bat, like the guys
I like
in the on-net circle?
I like that. Yeah, just take that little extra weight off of him and start to play freely.
They come up now 3rd and 5 following the incomplete pass. Throwing now is Carr. Open man left side. Shaheed has it. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. 12 yards there, good for a Saints first down. He missed on his first 3 passes, was 0 for 3. Now gets a connection. Maybe that'll get him going.
Yeah, it wasn't a time for panic, but there was some concern because once you start in a certain pattern, you're wondering, can you get out of it? And that flips the other way, too, when you're throwing it really well. In this case, now he's got his first completion. They think he might be off to the races.
To throw his Carr. He's going to fire one deep over the middle. He's got it with the 15. Touchdown, New Orleans. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 53 yards. And the Saints are an extra point away from evening this one up. Groupie able to add the PAT. And we are tied at 7. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. And we'll see a return here from the end zone. And he probably wishes he would have sat on that one. Instead, he's only able to get this up beyond the 15-yard line. The Cincy offense about ready to go here on their next drive. And the last drive, their first drive, 3 and out. What changes here, if anything?
I think it's making sure the guys that you trust the most with the ball, the biggest playmakers you have, that they touch it on this possession to try and get things moving.
So get it to the horses.
Without a doubt. They're the ones that typically end up in the end zone.
So following the sack, they'll try to change their fortune here on 2nd and 13. Burrow looking to pass. And this throw incomplete. Well, the defender all over him that time, and it's going to lead to 3rd down.
Well, that's absolutely going to fire this defense up. They made it their mission to deny that completion, and they came through with a nice hit and knocked it incomplete.
An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. Now Burrow. And he's taken down. Back at his own 7. Dropped for a loss of 7 by multiple defenders. The Bengals bring out their punter now as the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. So a change of possession here on the punt. And they will take over 1st and 10. The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started. And the momentum just continuing to build and build for them. They had the touchdown, their last drive to tie the game. Now their defense does its job. And Charles, all of a sudden, they've got a chance to capture the lead here.
And we're seeing a really nice exhibition of what coaches love to call complementary football. Offense gets a tie, defense does its job, gets the ball right back, and their teammates now have momentum. What a nice job they're doing, all doing it together.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. They run it again with Kamara. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. These two teams all tied after 1. The Saints with the football here to begin quarter number 2. As they've got it 2nd down and 12. Now Carr. The Bengal pressure gets him that time. Down he goes.
Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
Need something from deep in the bag of tricks here after first and second down went backwards. It's third and very long. Carr now to throw.
That one out wide and intercepted. Picked off by Von Bell. And the Bengals are going to take over here up near the 40.
Brandon, this is a veteran quarterback back there. He should know better than to make a throw like this. This is definitely not his best ball, and I think he knew this was trouble the second it was leaving his hand.
The Bengals drive about to get going. It's been an awfully slow start for them. This is their third possession. They don't have a first down yet.
So that means they have to change up what they're doing, and for some teams, it's a change in tempo, usually moving it to more up-tempo type of an offense just to try and change their fortunes right now. What they've been doing so far isn't working. Maybe they'll do that. Well, congratulations to them. They come through defensively with another stop. And let's face it, this secondary, they've gone unchallenged so far in the first half.
On one, ready?
2nd and 10.
Here we go. 11.
And they'll go on the ground. And he'll be stopped right at midfield. It's a Bengal first down, a pickup of 11.
How about that there? No frills, no additives, right? Nothing crazy. Just find a way to pick up the first down. A nice run right there.
On 1st and 10, here's Brown. And he maneuvers up the middle for 3. And it's 2nd down.
11 Thomas. 12.
Now it's Burrow. Throw right side, pulled in by Higgins.
And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35.
Burrow hooking up with Higgins for a Bengal first down. Second quarter, 2 minutes to go. Tie ball game.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10.
11 MT. 12. Stop.
They're passing here. Joe Burrow.
That's to his tight end all.
And he'll head out of bounds inside the 10. Mark him down at the 9. That's good for 28 yards.
Here we go.
Here's Burrow setting up to throw it. And it'll be intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu.
The defense looked geared up to stop the run, but obviously, Charles, they were ready for the pass, too.
Yeah, they were hoping they could catch everyone crashing and playing the run, but that was a very ill-advised throw right there. The opportunity, lost.
Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense.
But the good news for them, they got the football. The bad news, they have to go 99 yards here as they start this drive out on their own 1-yard line.
This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
Good yardage there on first down. Exactly what you want. Get yourself set up to keep making first downs, keep the clock running. And if they're smart, you're starting to milk the clock. No hurry before you run your second down play.
Now a 2nd and 2. And Shaheed going to go in motion.
To throw, it's Carr.
This one finds Wilson downfield.
The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over a minute to go before halftime.
Now that certainly solidifies how to attack this 2-minute drill right before the half. I don't think they were going to try and run out the clock, but now after that big play, their thoughts are certainly of trying to score and get some points before the half.
So that play much needed there as they're all the way up near the 40 for a 1st and 10. Carr. And this will be caught at the 30. And he's brought down after a very nice gain. Now we'll get a quick timeout called by New Orleans, number 2, as the stoppage will come with a little under a minute to go in this first half. So now then, the big play has him all the way inside the 30 now, 1st and 10. Working from the gun, it's Carr. Oh, this one incomplete. The pressure got to him as he released it. And it's 2nd down.
Well, a momentary speed bump there with that throw, partner. The defense had other ideas, and they're trying to mount a small stand before this drive reaches the end zone.
Now Carr, after the incomplete pass, brings him up 2nd and 10.
And Shaheed going to go in motion.
Again, they'll throw with Carr.
Quick slant to Valdez-Scantling.
And he's got another 1st down as the tackle's going to be made at the Bengals' 15-yard line. It's a gain of 11 yards that time, and it produces a new set of downs.
Line of scrimmage, the 15. It's 1st and 10.
Here's Carr to throw. And they're going to get him. He's sacked back around the 28.
Trey Hendrickson showing off his pass rush repertoire that time.
Now a timeout signaled for, and they'll get it with 10 seconds to go before halftime. So on 2nd down, the field goal unit is on here as they try to get 3 before half. And now we'll get a late timeout as it comes in the waning moments of quarter number 2.
So Carr departs, and on is Blake Groupie for the Saints field goal.
And this will be a 45-yard attempt. And his kick is right there. It's good, and they take the lead here now at 10-7.
So, Charles, they get to them with their first turnover of the game and then make it hurt a little bit extra with a field goal.
And anytime you give the ball up, what's the first thing a coach tells his defense? Don't let them score off of this. You've got to put out the fire. In fact, in 2021, that's what one NFL coach termed his defense. The firemen. Go out there, guys, and don't let them put some points on the board.
Oh, a dangerous return man showing it here.
Now, that should give him a spark. He's across the 40 to the 43.
At some point, we're going to get it through our heads. Special teams, special teams, special teams. The spark that often wins games.
Here we go.
They'll start out here with a jet sweep.
And that is not fooling anyone. He never had a chance to turn the corner there, and they'll go backwards right away.
That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. Welcome back. Charles and I settled into the booth ready for quarter number 3. A good, tight football game thus far. 10-7 the score as we resume action on EA Sports.
And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28.
The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started.
And they've got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, at the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better, and I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times and maybe add a running back to the formation to pick up those pass rushers, because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
On play action, it's Carr. And he'll be taken down by the Bengal pressure. There for the sack, B.J. Hill. Protection certainly going to need to be a bit better here on 2nd and 16. Here's Carr. Finding Taysom Hill complete. It's a pickup of 12, and that'll set up a 3rd down.
And that was yardage that they needed there after the sack on 1st down. They didn't get all of it back, but now they look at 3rd down as a manageable situation, one that they have a much better chance of picking up.
Now, the offense knew it. They were already starting to walk back as that one is accepted.
Delay of game penalty. Ships him back 5 yards. Makes it 3rd and 10. Shotgun now for Carr. He'll rifle this one deep right side.
And that nearly the pick that they needed. He couldn't pull it in, though, and it's 4th down.
Zone coverage there, and they were playing deep. That makes it obviously a little bit harder to run by guys. And that time, there was not much of a window to get the ball in there, and it winds up incomplete.
And now a low liner. I think he mishit it. And the fair catch is made at about the 27-yard line. Officially, that'll be marked down as just a 28-yard punt. And the Bengals will take over here 1st and 10. The Cincy offense about ready to go here on their next drive.
Here we go.
Their defense has done the job. Now it's the offense's turn as they've got it 1st and 10 to about the 33-yard line.
I feel like I could see what he was thinking on that carry. Wanted to follow that big tackle through the hole. Ended up only getting 4 yards on the carry. I think he had designs on that one being bigger.
Another run for Brown on 2nd down.
And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds.
Well, so far, this game has gone the way the defensive coordinator had hoped. They've dictated things. They've not let them run the ball very well at all. They gave up a nice game there. I doubt it'll back off their confidence. They've played so well throughout this entire game.
11 MT, Tate.
Burrow on play action.
Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he is going to have a Bengals 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
11, 90.
Now a give left side. Brown with it. He'll get a nice chunk there on the 1st down run, and it's 2nd and 4. Now a timeout called for by the defense. It's just their first, so 2 remaining as they burn one here in this 3rd quarter.
From the 42-yard line, here's a 2nd down and 4.
Here we go.
They keep it on the ground. Again, it's Brown. And tackled down after a gain of 3. Leaves him with 1 yard to go on 3rd down.
So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the 1st down.
Play action. It's Burrow.
Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
And that's a crusher right there. Had his man open for a first down, threw a fastball when that wasn't necessary, incomplete pass. When are these quarterbacks going to learn? You don't get extra points for how hard you throw the football.
11, 11, 11, 11. 11, 11, 11. 12, 12.
Fourth down. Here's Joe Burrow. He's got his run back out of the backfield. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. So a moment to catch our collective breath after the fourth down conversion. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
Here we go. 11, 11. 11 mighty. 11 mighty. 11, 11.
Burrow will throw. And this is going to be intercepted. Picked off by the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And the Saints are going to get the football here as he gets this up past the 20-yard line. Scoring has really been at a premium. And, Charles, you got to tip your cap to this defense coming in here. Their offense, too, but this whole team coming in here on the road, getting a hard-fought win.
I think the way that they're finishing this one up, an exclamation point on a terrific game. As you noted, hard for them to put points on the board, and they hold them down one more time and finalize things.
Trying to run down some clock with Kamara. And he'll get what he can up the middle, 3 yards. That'll bring up second down.
Brandon, you know how many times we've done games, and at the start of the fourth quarter, we see both teams hold up the four fingers, fourth quarter is ours. Well, how about this drive? You saw the four fingers for 4-minute offense, and this offensive line has really hunkered down and established themselves.
Now, this is where they say, put the game on our shoulders, we'll lead the way, right?
No doubt about it, and let me tell you, if you're a running back, all you want to do is get behind those big fellas, have a little vision, and find some space.
And a solid way to do that on the first play of the drive there.
And this is the worry, because sometimes you can get a little too predictable in spots like this. You know you're going to run the ball, but they know you're going to run the ball as well. And now you look up and you're staring at an important third down.
Now Carr. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete. Critical play in this football game, because if they pick up the first there, that clock keeps rolling.
Has to be a little frustrating for them, because they know that if they pick up a first down there and continue to eat away at the clock, really increases their chances of closing this one out. Now they're likely going to have to give the football up and sweat it out on the sideline.
And here's a very low-line drive, almost whiffed on it. Only 29 yards on the punt there. Definitely not his best. And the Bengals take over 1st and 10. The Bengals drive about to get going. Their defense accomplished step one of the mission. They forced the punt. Now they'll look to erase that deficit and take a fourth quarter lead. Now inside the 25. And did he get in? No! They'll mark him out at the 1-yard line.
Another carry for their leader, and a good one. It's crunch time. They'll need him to continue to be productive in both the run and passing game in order for them to try and snatch a victory.
Now 1st and goal.
11, 11, 11. Here we go. 11 MT, touchdown.
Now it's Burrow. Oh, no, he lost the football. And this is picked up by the Saints. Accelerating, and off he goes. Still fighting for more. And he's into the end zone. A fumble return and a Saint touchdown. Here's Groupie for the PAT. It's good to make it 17-7. So here's the kickoff now as they'll get it again following that fumble return for a score. And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. They'll come up 1st and 10 here.
Here we go, here we go. 11, Thomas.
Here's Burrow. He's going deep for Brown. And that's caught inside the 30. And he's going to be out of bounds inside the 25-yard line. Down under 2 minutes to go in this football game. All 3 timeouts remain, but they've got to score quick. It's 1st and 10.
11, 11, 11. 11, 11, 11. 12, 12, 12. 11, MT, tape. 11, MT, tape.
Burrow. Toward the sideline, and look at that catch. Dragging the toes, and that's going to be a 1st down. Well done.
This defense has certainly had an outstanding second half, haven't they? I know they just gave up a 1st down there, and for the offense, they're hoping that that's something that they can jumpstart with and maybe start to move the ball a little bit better. But it's been tough sledding for them here the entire second half.
And now with 1:52 to go, we pause of the action. A timeout here defensively. Here we go. 1st and goal.
11, 11. Gun, gun. Stop. Stop.
Throwing. Burrow. The quick throw knocked away. It's incomplete.
Limited time left on the clock after that incompletion, so I think both sides are going to savor every second to prepare before the next snap. Because once the ball's in motion, it may be a nonstop push to finish this drive off. Everyone better be on the same page right now, because I think they're going to try and get several plays off in quick succession if they can.
And he gets halfway there, down to the 1-yard line. Brown is into the end zone for a Bengal touchdown. So the 2nd down run didn't work. They run it again on 3rd down and get in. I wasn't sure if they might pass it, Charles. We know that they like to mix it up down here around the goal line.
Yeah, almost felt like the offensive line said, forget mixing it up. Let's call our favorite running play over our best blockers, and let's get this one in.
Extra point by McPherson, up and good. And now things get a bit more interesting here in this 4th quarter. After the touchdown, McPherson on to kick this one away. And they're going to mark that where it went out of bounds, so really good starting field position up past the 40-yard line. They've got good starting field position as they come up here 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. Kamara up the middle. And nothing much materializing there on the 1st down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming 2nd down play. He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. And he will have a Saints 1st down. It has been a struggle, but it's looking like that'll be the one to seal a victory for him.
And that's a nice pickup of a 1st down on that 2nd down run. And at that yardage gained, they can run that play on any down.
5 points of contact necessary at this stage as they'll run on 1st down. The Bengals going to use the 2nd of their timeouts as they get the stoppage with a little over 50 seconds left to go in the game. I guess the simple question, why not just take a knee there?
I don't understand either why you would take any sort of a chance. We've seen it happen in the game of football. Doesn't matter whether you've watched high school, college, or the NFL. Some people get a little greedy, try to get that extra running play in, and it can backfire on them.
Carr going to throw here. And this one taken in on the right sideline, but but not in the field of play. They say it's incomplete. The throw led him a little too far. It brings up third down.
That incompletion certainly makes this upcoming third down a little bit more crucial. They need to find the right play to convert here and maybe start to tamp down a little bit of momentum the other side is starting to gain.
On third down, here's Kamara. And he is going to have the first down, and that is going to suck the life right out of this crowd. 10 yards is the pickup there, and that should just about put a bow on this one. Now the Bengals going to signal for their third and final timeout as they stop it here with just under 40 seconds to go in the game. Staying on the ground on first with Kamara. And this time they were ready for him as they'll stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Tried to get the edge there. The defense just too quick to the ball.
That's what we call total team defense there. Can't get to the edge, no place to move it inside, and then allows everyone else to run to the ball and create a big-time tackle for no gain for them.
Under a heavy rush, and down he goes.
Loss of 10 as multiple defenders get to him. What a finish in this one, Charles. You know, this group, they come in, they have to fight a hostile atmosphere every snap. They get the late score, they get the victory, and that flight home, it's going to be a little sweeter after this one.
And Brandon, just like you, I was fired up for that last sequence. How about that? Wouldn't you have loved to have been in the huddle when they were mounting that game-winning drive? Big-time moment. No one shied away from it. They tuned out the crowd, kept their heads, and executed the way they needed to earn that win.
So that'll do it for my partner, Charles Davis, and the best darn crew in the industry. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports.